Did it again. Forgot to turn my mic on. All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers. My name is Nicole, and today we are here for the Serialized book club. The Count of Monte Cristo is what I will be reading, but I know that a few of the lovelies that will be in the comments are also reading it, but we'll be reading other stuff as well. We just had the bingo prompt drop about 2 hours ago. So if you're following along with our reading bingo, that is up on our short shelf. And I am reading Danielle Steele for that one because the prompt was to read an author that is older than you. On that. So yeah, super exciting stuff. Leave me in the comments if you joined during the sprint as well, and let me know where you're watching from. It's always nice to see that. And it's just gone 9 a.m. here on a Sunday morning, and thankfully, after 5.5 hours of doof doof music from my neighbours, oh, actually longer than that, almost 6 hours. It's about 3 o'clock they started, 2:30, 3 o'clock. So yeah, 6 hours of doof doof music and yahooing. They've gone out. So I'm guessing they've gone to church. Because there's a church where a lot of because the guys that live next door are actually from the Pacific Islands, and they've come here on work visas, and they work at our local pig abattoir here in Kingaroy. It's massive. I think it's the biggest one in the Southern Hemisphere. And so basically, they are renting the place next door, but they have no respect for neighbours or anything like that. And they yahoo and scream and yell and play really bad doof doof music, and also some like maybe 1960s music. So yeah. Anyway, they've been going. I am not going to let it get to me and all the rest of it. I managed to get some audio today because there was no wind. So I managed to get some audio today. I will be taking that little bit of snippet of audio down to the police station because they do nothing. We can ring and jump up and down and they will not come. So I have audio now, and I'm going to take it down to them and just say, you need to go and talk to these guys. But they actually have a church where they go to on a Sunday. And the only reason I know this is because I live in an incredibly small town, and I've driven past a couple of times. So they're quiet right now. But they'll only be gone for a couple of hours, and then they'll be back. And considering I'm sure they've gone to church drunk as. Each to their own, as they say. But anyway, today I am reading The Count of Monte Cristo. I am 2 chapters behind. I'm supposed to be at starting chapter 41 today, but I am a couple of chapters behind. But that's okay. That's what we're here for. That's why we're here to catch up. Heather from Heather's Heroes and Heroines is joining us this morning. She is also reading The Count of Monte Cristo, because many years ago she read the abridged version, which only has 500 pages in it, and now she is tackling the bigger one. I must say, I thought the size of this, it was going to drone on quite a bit, but this is action-packed. Like, it's pacing really well for me. I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but it's pacing pretty well. So my challenge today is, hopefully I can show you this, that section there is what I need to read today. So this is where I've got to catch up to. So I've got that little bit there to catch up, which is about 2 chapters. And then the next section is that bit, and then I'll be up to date for the month. So I'm planning on doing that this morning and tomorrow morning. I don't want to read it all day because I'm in the mood for some Danielle Steele. And as I said, this is our bingo prompt. So how are the sprints going to work today? I would really like to have some productivity. So I think I might run it the way we ran it on Friday a couple of days ago, where we did 15 minutes of chatting, and then we did a 45-minute sprint. That was great. I got that quilt finished, which was awesome, and a lot of Stormy was with us on that day as well, and she hung around pretty much the entire time till I got everything done, so that was great. We've got Chrissy Stitches joining us this morning, and she is watching from freezing cold Bathurst. Snow is predicted. Man, I have never seen snow. I have lived in really cold places in New South Wales, but I have never seen snow. I lived down in Mittagong, and the year I left Mittagong, that we left in the late summer of 83, and it was that year that they got snow. It wasn't a lot, but they got some snow. And Mood Reader is joining us this morning. Good morning, or welcome, or good evening for you. And it is also evening for Stormy. Hi, Nicole. Not sure what I'm reading yet. Not upstairs yet. Finished Nessie Quest. Oh, awesome. By Melissa Savage earlier today, and it was cute, wasn't it? Because you're reading all middle grade this month. You're doing middle grade May. Which is absolutely awesome. I like how you had the prompts and all the different hosts had different prompts and everything. And I do apologize for my camera moving. I've just got my mouse and everything. It's all tangled up, and it's on my table that I move around to do editing and stuff like that. Chrissy is reading A House of Sky Beneath only 17 more hours to go. Well, hopefully I can help you with some of that today. Is it good? Are you enjoying it? That is by Sarah J. Maas, isn't it? I haven't read any of her stuff. I don't know. I've seen mixed things about it, and I don't know whether I want to invest, because I went to who is it? Oh, what is her name? The author for Shadowhunters. What's her name? I know a lot of people like that, but I just couldn't get there. And my husband started watching the show the other day, and I'm like, oh, really? I've already watched the first season. I haven't seen anything else, so I don't know if it got any better or not, but I was watching it with my daughter. But now I'm watching it with my husband, which is just great. But last night I managed to control the TV. He came home for a couple of hours last night, and they had started next door, and I just said to him, look, you've got a big day at the workshop anyway tomorrow. Just go. We had dinner together, and so that was good. We got to have dinner together, had a bit of conversation, but we watched 3 episodes of Queen Charlotte from the Bridgerton spin-off, which, it's so sad in a way. Like, yeah, I think they would have made a beautiful couple, but anyway. I read The Count of Monte Cristo last year. It was okay, very, very long. Yeah, if you don't like long books, I guess it would be really long, but I've wanted to read this for years, and so I made it part of the Serialized book club this year, and it's really good because we only tackle a little bit each time, so it's like we're just reading, that's like novella size, that little bit in the center there that I've got to read, and so it just makes it more digestible, and I can just put it down and just, if I want to, and I generally read these in the morning over my morning coffee. Yes, love it. It's number 2 in the series, and it is Sarah J. Maas. I'm getting better with my authors. See, I've never really, up until Booktube, I never really paid attention to authors or anything like that unless they were someone that I read a lot of, because I read a lot of books that are just one-off authors and stuff like that, and there's so many on the market to choose from. It is hard to remember everybody's name, and if you've been here for a while, you already know that I suck at names. I can read a book, put it down, and can't even remember the main protagonist. So, hey, Katrina, you're joining from the East Coast of the US at 7 p.m. Saturday. I'm switching between books today, but my main goal is to make progress in Don Quixote. I think that's how you pronounce it. I can never get my tongue around that. That is also one that is on my list. What are you, thinking about it? Are you enjoying it? Is it dragging on? Is it not for you? How much progress have you made? Leave it all the information down below. So just a little bit of an update on my Kindle Unlimited challenge that I'm doing at the moment. I have managed to, this week I've managed to read 5 books off my TBR. And I started the 6th one, and I think I'm going to DNF it because it's just not for me. It's a thriller. It's called Behind Closed Doors. I'm going to give it another half an hour, 45 minutes on the audio, but the narrator just, no, not for me. And I've even tried to sit down and read it, and I just find it, the male character in it is just like he's just a douche, and his daughter had his daughter's been kidnapped, and he's gone to the main protagonist who was kidnapped, and you find this out in the prologue. She was kidnapped when she was younger, and her little finger was cut off, and her father never paid it, and the police bodged up her thing, right? And so her ex-husband's, and this is the girl's stepdaughter, has been kidnapped, and the ex-husband won't allow anybody to help. And every time she says, look, this person, will help us, without, revealing that they're helping us or anything like that. And yeah, he's just like pushing against her all the time, and it's getting annoying. So I'm thinking that, I'm just going to DNF it and just move on to the next one. And the more I sit here and think about it, like while I'm talking to you about it, I'm thinking it's going to get canned today, and I'm not even going to bother. So I'm just going to dive into this. And you know what? That is the whole point of doing my challenge. Sometimes I find really good books, like that book that I read on Friday, the Woman Who Breathed Two Worlds. Brilliant book. If you haven't got it on your list yet, Chrissy, go and put it on your list. Chrissy and I actually know each other because she's actually the moderator over in the Discord, and also on my Facebook page for the reading side of things. And she also puts up all my bingo prompts and everything for me, just so I've got a little bit more time to create content and stuff like that, which I greatly appreciate. Yeah, if you haven't put that on your list, there's two of them. It is I don't have my Kindle in front of me, but I'll send you through what the second book is as well. Even if you put in The Woman Who Bred Two Worlds, it'll come up, and the book, and just click on it, and then click on the series, and the second book will come up. So I still haven't found out whether the author is still with us or not, because when she wrote those books, she was actually recovering from cancer. So yeah. And I don't know whether, because it just says recovering from cancer, it doesn't say whether she's recovered from. So she was obviously still going through treatment and stuff like that, or repairing herself or something along those lines. So yeah, I'm super excited to get to that second one, but it's going to be Danielle Steele after the count today. Yeah, being on Booktube, I can recognize a lot of authors and titles, even if I don't want to read them. Yeah, well, that's it. Like, I know you know what you read a lot of, but then there's so many other authors out there, like Sarah J. Maas. I wouldn't have even had a clue who that was, but Chrissy putting that title in, just seeing the title, sort of made me think, is that Sarah J. Maas? And I'm not great with names either, so as you know. On that. And Stormy, I actually have two of your videos. I think it's your April wrap up and the last is it number 10 of your recent reads. I've got them keyed up, because what I've been doing is using your videos and a few other people's videos who have longer videos. I've been getting on the treadmill and watching them. I can't listen to a book while I'm on treadmill. My mind starts wandering off and I'm not paying attention. So it's giving me something to focus on. And yeah, so I've been keying up your videos, which has been great. Like, it's been really good. I've been getting to see all your books that you've recommended, and I'm taking notes as well. Or I actually take screenshots of the books that you talk about when you put the cover up, so I can go and check them out. Don Quixote is uneven for me, enjoying some parts, dragging in others, about 40% through. The story is more episodic than I expected. Yeah, a lot of those, I think Don Quixote was originally published in installments. So that's one of the things that the Serialized Book Club does. So we take all the classics, like big chunks of ones like this, Middlemarch, Pickwick Papers, Anna Karenina, and we just read one volume at a time, or however many pages were published, and at the right back in the day, and that's how we're reading them. So for instance, Pickwick Papers, I think it's only about 50 pages every month that we read, because that's what it was published at. Middlemarch, we read a volume every 2 months, because that's how it was originally published. This one we couldn't find how it was originally published, so we broke it down into chapters. So we did 10 chapters, which will get us over 12 months. But yeah, it wasn't in this book, and I know that some of the classic books actually have what the original publications were, but we couldn't find that, so we just went with 10 chapters, and everybody was sort of happy with that. And Anna Karenina, that we're doing in 12 months, that was published over 4 years, and I thought that was just going to drag on too much, and it was a volume, from what I can gather, because there's 8 volumes, it was a volume every 6 months. So yeah, so I didn't want to drag it over 4 years. So some of them we're changing up, but we're still reading them in a serialized format. So yeah, that's what the serialized book club is about. And you can find all that information over in our Discord. And I'm pretty sure, not 100% sure, I'm pretty sure I put all the information down underneath this video. Sometimes I forget to do that. But yeah, so that's good to know that the story is episodic. These are sort of episodic as well. Middlemarch is definitely set up that way, and so is Pickwick Papers. You can tell that they were originally set out that way, whereas sometimes when they put them into one book, they yeah. And like we started off with books that we know are definitely serialized, but as time goes on, there'll be other big chunks to classics that we'll add in, and even put in some modern ones and stuff like that that were really big, and break them up, and and eventually just move it through. I mean, like when you think about modern, not necessarily classics, but modern books from like Stephen King, for instance, most of his books are really chunky, and a lot of people balk, like especially at the stand. A lot of people balk at that. So if we, for instance, wanted to make maybe one year we wanted to focus on Stephen King, we can put them in and then break them all down and get them read that way. But yeah, I don't know whether I want to revisit that sort of stuff. But anyway, Chrissy says she'll check it out. And yes, thank you very much for helping me with exercise. If I can't find a sprint in the morning, sometimes I'll do a sprint as well. Like I'll watch a video and then go over to a sprint, and I'll just hang out in the chatty part. And then when it goes quiet, I'll go and watch a video, and I've done it that way as well. All right, we are at the end of the comments, so I think we should go to our first sprint, get some reading done. I have set everything up. I've just got to bring the screen up there we go, and start the timer, and then we can get some reading done. So I will see you all in 45 minutes. Hopefully you like my little the little scenery we've got today. But anyway, we'll see you in 45 minutes. Oh, hello. That 45 minutes went quick. How did everybody go? I managed to get, let me just change this screen a bit. I managed to get up to chapter 40. I've got about a page and a half of chapter 40 to go, and then I'm up to date. And so then I can start this month. So yeah, I'm getting there, which is good. So a few people joined us and left some comments while we were doing that sprint, and I just had something fall. Don't know what that was. I think it was my earpiece. Hello, Cajun Peach. Thank you for joining. I hope you got some reading done. And Heather has said, I'm going to leave this well behind and add some metadata to the radar videos. Yep. And then record that last one for the month. Awesome, if it's going to be long enough. Awesome, that's cool. I've been watching those. I keep forgetting to leave a comment, but I watch them and see what pops up, and if I can add anything to my list as well. Going North Carolina to visit sister for a few days and pre-recording for next week. Yeah, I do a lot of pre-recording too, and then just upload it, and then I can schedule it, and I can do the editing on the road with my phone if I need to. Binge the entire Queen Charlotte season in like 18 hours. Don't tell me, but I'm liking it so far. I actually like that we've got the spin-off and her backstory and all that sort of stuff. In the first one, at the end of the thing, did you see that in loving memory, I think it was, for a lady? I went and tried to figure out who that was. I thought it might have been an actor or something like that. But I think the musician behind all the music and stuff like that, his wife was killed in a home invasion, apparently, that during filming. So that was pretty full on. Hey, Stevie Reeds, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're getting some reading in. You hate this book, but it's only got 48 minutes left. Isn't it frustrating when you get like all the way through and then you start to hate a book, but you've only got a little bit to go? Well, while I ended up not sitting down and reading, I was listening to it because I do both with mine. But in that sprint, I ended up organising my Danielle Steele books because I met a guy at the markets yesterday, and Bob the Booker, and he has books for $2 each. And I didn't have my list with me yesterday because I have a few on my shelf. So I just updated my list and in my notes, so I'll have it on my phone next time. But he said to me, just send through what books you want, what you're looking for and stuff like that, and he'll see if he's got them, because he had heaps of books at home still, and he had a ton of Leanne Moriarty, which I got a couple of, and I got a copy of Good Omens, not from him but from another person, because I'm doing a buddy read with Chatty and a few other people. And I got I can't think, it's not in front of me. I'll bring them up next time and you can have a look. We'll have a look together. It's a thriller, like I want to know the twist, but it's all horribly destroyed. Sexy times is repulsive and I cringe so many times. Ew, that sounds gross. Oh, so decided to start a new audiobook for this sprint, and so listening to Skydar and the Unicorn Thief by, oh, I've seen that around, and you got to 11%. Excellent. Stevie Reads is just about 30 just read 30 pages of Happy Place. Is it good? Are you enjoying it? And who is the author? Got a bit of reading, but kind of kid wrangling and tidying up. Oh, fun times. Oh my God, I love new season. Just filmed the video reviewing it. I haven't done any of those reviews or anything like that. But it was good not to watch something that my husband picked for a change. TV is his hobby, so I just let him pick it. And if I'm not enjoying it, I just stick an earbud in one ear and start listening to a book. And then he'll say something to me and I'll go, pardon? And he goes, you're not even watching this, are you? I'm like, no, I have no interest, but I'm sitting here with you. That's all that matters, right? So, yeah. Katrina got 2 chapters of Don Quixote read. A goal is to read a total of 8. Awesome. And that's today or just this week. That's awesome. That is a good goal. Oh, that's horrible. Julia Quinn is the author. Author's sisters died as well. I don't remember how. Yeah, no, I went and had a look at it. Yes, I think it might even still be open. I think she was the wife of the guy that does the musical score for it. So I'm just having a look to see if it's still open. I don't think it is. No, it's not. No, it's not. But I can't remember her name. But yeah, basically there was, it didn't go into great detail, just said that she died from gunshot wound in a pretty sure it was gunshot wound in a home invasion, which was like, I'm like, wow, that's wild. Oh my gosh, earbuds always coming. And if I really don't want, like the other day he was watching the Shadowhunters series, and I've already watched season 1 and I had no interest in it. And anyway, I put the earbuds in, and and there's some really bad acting in that. And like, yeah. I mean, I know it's geared towards younger people, but I mean, younger people deserve to have decent actors. Anyway, I had both earbuds in, and then I pulled them out. I'm like, the acting is top notch, isn't it? And then just put them back in, and then he started rattling on about something, and I wasn't even listening to him. I felt so bad, but anyway, I just couldn't. I just couldn't. So last night was good. He come because he's been working all week, and so he's come home, and we spent the afternoon together, went and done some grocery shopping and all that sort of stuff, and then had dinner together, and we're watching Queen Charlotte. So it's just like, yeah. After the 4th time cringing, I was like, I bet this was written by a man. You can always tell, can't you, when it's really cringeworthy. You go and do research and you go, yep, I was right. Oh, oh my god, yes. Oh, it is just like so bad. Like, they really, and the main character, the main female character in there, what's her name, Carly or whatever her name is, she's in a lot of different things, because Red said to me, he goes, is that her natural red hair? And I'm like, no, I don't think it is. And then I went and had a look on Google, and like, she's normally blonde, but she's been in a lot of different stuff. Yeah, so like, I was quite, yeah, her acting is still pretty bad. But then, you know, who am I to judge? I can't act either. And some of the scenes in like, just thinking about actors in general, like some of the scenes that they have to do and all the rest of it, they must crack up laughing so much. Hey, Rolanda, welcome. I'm guessing you're going to be doing some stitching today. We've just had our first sprint, so we'll be going to a sprint shortly. We're talking like we did on Friday, 15 minutes chatting and then 45 minutes sprinting, because I need to get to this book and get it done. Next comment in the not suitable for work, so you might want to on the screen. Thought I'd warn you. Okay, cool. It's all right. I don't mind. I'll put it up. Cover your eyes if you don't. It's from a female point of view, and it's like, one woman is going to descriptive volume. Oh, that's gross. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, yeah, no. And Rolanda is stitching the second part of the Shannon Christine Christmas Hour. For those that don't know, I have a craft channel and all the rest of it. And so Rolanda is from over on the craft channel, so is Chrissy. But Chrissy and I read a lot of stuff together and do a lot of bookish stuff. And Rolanda is an avid cross stitcher. And so she comes over here and uses the sprints for cross-stitching, which is fabulous. I know, right? It's just like, yeah, no, no, I don't think so. I don't mind reading a book that is like not suitable for work, books and whatnot. As long as they're done well. Some of them are just so bad. Like I read one, it was bordering like it was a dominatrix style plot line. But it was just so, not that I'm an expert in that, just saying, but it was just so cringy. Like, and it was like, this is like someone's fantasy poorly written. Yeah, so it was just like, yeah, I don't think so. But yeah, I'm with Stevie on that, Heather. Sorry you had to experience that because that was yuck. And licking sweat off him, ew. No, that is just wrong on so many levels. Go shower, dude. Rolanda only reads craft magazines. Hey, that's still reading. There's nothing wrong with that. There's some interesting things in craft magazines. You can learn a lot from a craft magazine. I'm going to keep saying that because I produce a craft magazine. So nothing wrong with that. It doesn't matter how you read or what you read as long as you're reading, right? Steamy scenes can be fun if they're gross and creepy. I'm out. I'm the same. I am exactly the same. It's just, it is so cringy. Like, and it makes, like, when you read something that's creepy or cringy, it makes your skin crawl because you just know that that's not right. It's just not right. Hi ML, thanks for joining. Yeah, I seen that they had sprints on. I had to put, I don't normally do them on a Sunday morning, but basically I had to catch up on the Count of Monte Cristo. So I thought, hey, I've got no one. My daughter's asleep. She worked late last night. My husband is over at work, and I'm like, I've got the house to myself. I don't have to kick anybody off the internet. So yeah, yeah. So it was good. So I'll just read that. Hi Nicole, sorry to be late. Finishing up with Leandra and Brittany sprints. They were doing. Oh, that's right. I was going to start reading that. They were doing Ice Planet. Weren't they, sprints today? They sent everyone here, by the way, to put your sprints in the description box and everything. Oh, I'll have to go over and say thank you. I was having problems with my neighbors this morning, so I was not on anybody's sprints this morning. I didn't even really get much YouTube watch. Normally on Sunday morning, I spend a considerable amount of time on YouTube and sprints. But yeah, no, I didn't this morning. I'll have to go over and say thank you and send a message to Brittany and Leandra. So thank you for letting me know, because I probably wouldn't have got over there and wouldn't have known that, because generally I do go and check out the chatty parts of it, of sprints, but I wanted to avoid the Ice Planet Barbarians one because I'm about to start reading it and I didn't want any spoilers. I know that they're really good for not doing spoilers, but yeah. I read Hooked the other day, which was really good. I enjoyed that. What else have we got here? Let's see. I can enjoy. Yep. But I need it from females go described by a woman would. Yeah. I agree. Like, I agree with that. Men sometimes are usually gross in their descriptions. Although I have read some women that are a little bit gross too. So yeah. And I think a lot of time when men write from a female point of view, they get it so wrong. Yeah, totally agree. I don't think I'd ever enjoy a steamy scene with it being written by a man. Yeah, that. That's it. They do not need to have steamy stuff in thrillers and stuff. Yeah, but anyway. Hey, Danny, how you going? Joining the spirits coming over from Leander. Yes, ML just said that they gave me a shout out and put my link over. So thank you very much for coming over. I really appreciate that. And I'm going to have to go over and send them a message in the next sprint and just let them know. Thank you very much. And yes, we all can gross for sure. All right. So we have got to the end of the 15 minutes and we've clicked over into our 45. So I'm going to go to a sprint and go and send some messages and listen to the next couple of chapters. So we are doing 45-minute sprints today. And yeah, so we'll get stuck into that. And I will see you in the next chatty bit. Hey, we are back. That 45 minutes went quick too. Kind quick today. My neighbours have just come home, so yeah, if they start yelling and screaming and swearing, I will have to mute, obviously. I'm into the next part of so for this month's reading, and I've lost my page where I'm at because I was listening to it and organizing books that I bought yesterday and all the rest of it. So how did everybody else go? Let me just bring up that timer so I can see it. We had a few people join. Stevie Reed says, good luck, everybody. That was at the beginning of the sprint, so that's where I was up to. We were having a conversation about men writing women badly before we went to a sprint for those that have just joined. And poor Heather was enduring something really gross. Just go back up through the comments and you'll see what it was. It was pretty gross, like not real good. Hey, Rally Reads, thank you for joining. Just got this book but have not started it. Look, we're just slowly reading through this. The Serialized Book Club, I was explaining before that we are just breaking it down into 10 chapters. So if you've seen my thumbnail, it had 41 to 50. So that's where we're up to, or where I'm up to at the moment. But we have quite a number of people that are at different spots in it. And I try to have these reading sprints at least once a month where everybody can come and catch up. So Heather from Heather's Heroes and Heroines, she's also reading it. And we also have Talia from Bandana Book Mum reading it as well. So you're not, and there's a few that have only just started. So you can always join in the fun. It's all the information is over on our Discord. And yeah, we've got a few classics going at the moment. I personally have 4 on the go. We have Middlemarch, which we do reading sprints every second month for that. Sometimes we'll throw in one if someone needs to catch up. We have the Pickwick Papers, which I don't generally have a reading sprints for that because it's broken down over a 20-month period, sorry. And we're just doing 50 pages a month on that one. And that's a very episodic a book by Charles Dickens, and it's his first book, but it was originally published in the serialized form. And so that's how we're reading it. And then last month we started Anna Karenina, and we're doing a volume a month on that one because that originally was published over a 4-year period. That is way too long for a read along, because from what I could gather and the information that I got, it was one volume was published every 6 months. So we decided to just do it monthly and break them all down. So yeah, you're more than welcome to come and join in the fun. We don't generally talk about the books on the sprints or whatever. We just use them to catch up, and we do a bit of a chit chat over in the Discord. It's still relatively new and it's still finding its legs. So if you want to come over, come on over. We will welcome you with open arms. And Leandra has joined us, saying so many friendly faces. Hello to everybody. I did send the messages in over on Instagram to Brittany and Leandra to thank them for the shout out, and I really do appreciate that, Leandra. So nice to get shout outs. Makes you feel a little bit special. And I was halfway through watching your video from the other day that you put up as well. So I'm going to be watching that tomorrow morning when I get into the gym. They are making a movie on Netflix. Comes out in December. The last 40 pages are interesting so far. Aside from the cringy, the white couple is racist, but they don't know that they are racist. Okay, interesting. All right. It sounds like a very mishmash of a book that you're reading. 23% into Skydar and the Unicorn Thief. Excellent. Making good progress. I had a phone call, only got 5%. That's okay. I forgot I had to make a phone call this morning, but I know my husband has already got his head into cars and all the rest of it, so he won't miss that phone call. I make many phone calls on sprints sometimes. Moved on to a KU title that Novelty Reads recommended on her channel one night. Oh, okay, cool. Might have to go and suss that out and add it to my list. It's raunchy and good so far. Awesome. Now, there's a word that you don't see. Now, that's where Chrissy and I will show our age when we start using words like that. It's a little bit raunchy. Yeah. I'll have to put it onto my raunchy list. I'll create a list. Leandra is thinking about joining for middle March. Oh, I see. To read Three Musketeers, which I believe is a chunk start. Yeah. So basically, the Serialized Book Club, Leandra, we are reading all these books that look like this, and that's why we're breaking them down, because I think a lot of people, like, I've wanted to read this for years, and I just didn't have the time to sit down and read it. And then when I discovered the audiobooks, and these are like all your classics are generally free on Audible and many other places on the internet, I'm like, you know what? I think it's time. And I've only just recently come over to audiobooks. Up until 18 months ago, or 2 years ago, it'd be 2 years ago now, wouldn't it be, Chrissy? That I come over to audiobooks when I found out that I could speed them up, because I cannot listen to an audiobook at normal speed. Even 1.2 or 1.3 is so slow. I listen to most of my audiobooks at 1.75 for classics. Sometimes it depends on the narrator. I might go up to 2x or 2.1 because some classics narrators read them really slow. This one I'm swinging between 185 and 195. So it just depends what it is when I start it on that. But yeah, and like Three Musketeers is another one that's on the list. We've got a whole list over there, and there's all different ones. And you don't have to join them all. You don't have to be crazy like me and read them all. You can join whatever one you want to, but there is a list there that we have for this year. There are, I think I've moved the ones to 2024. There was a couple that I moved because my plans had changed. So, but yeah, they're all over there. And next year we'll be putting up a vote as well for what people want to add onto the list for the year and what they're keen to listen to or read. 33% into the Sisters of a Lost Nation. Is it good, Danny? I wasn't over on Sprint, so I don't know anything about your book today. So I normally see you on everybody else's sprints. So let us know. I did finish the book. It never tells you what actually happened, a letdown, but it was only 240 pages, so that was good. One more book for Ghost Hunters on Escape Readathon. Fair enough. Oh, are you on the escape reader? I am a vacationer. I've done I just DNF'd a book, which is not even going to count because I didn't even get to 50 pages. It's just bad. It's because called and I don't know whether it's because it's just the narrator maybe. I do have it on Kindle unlimited. I think it might just be the narrator is just not gelling with me, so yeah, I'm just going to DNF it anyway. I've got far too many books to read this month to worry about books that are not gelling with me. Hello, Talia. We just mentioned your name, and here you are. I was saying that you were reading the Count of Monte Cristo. So welcome. Yeah, I normally would have had them on the Saturday this for the first Saturday of the month, but I was out yesterday, and I just thought when I come home, I just wasn't up to being online or anything. I sort of came home and sat on the couch. But good news is, even though I didn't go to the gym yesterday, I still done my 10,000 steps yesterday because I've been trying to get up to 15,000 steps, 10,000 if I'm not on the treadmill, 15,000 if I'm on the treadmill for that day. And all the walking I did around the markets tallied up. I was saying goodbye to my husband last night at around 8:30, and I was walking up the driveway and I did my 10,000 steps. So I was pretty happy with that. Still busy stitching along. Excellent, Rolanda. How much have you got done? You should be nearly finished that second one, or are you just starting it today? Talia is folding, washing, and listening to Radium Girls. What a sad story. I seen that was on your list. That just from what you said, it sounded really historious. Yeah. When you said that they were like, because they're watchmakers, is that correct? And they're using the I'm assuming it would be the paint that has the radium in it, or is it glow in the dark paint that has the radium in it? And they were licking the paintbrush. I'm like, oh no. Oh. Okay, Chrissy Stitches. Neva is from Reading Whenever. Yes, she is. She is doing that series, and she is loving it. Yeah. So Reading Whenever. So I say with Neva all the time when it's whenever. So yeah. So basically, she has sprints all the time as well. Usually, when I'm on Friday, she has some on because she's in the United States, so she's on Thursday. So yeah, I'm always hanging over on her channel. It's fun. Especially if you like chatty sprints. Sometimes the chat goes a little bit longer. Like with these sort of ones, I actually do the 15 45, and I like going over to really chatty ones, especially if I'm in the gym, because sometimes they can go for an hour or whatever, and it's great. Like, it's so much fun. And I find out about so many books, and when I'm in the gym, I'm taking screenshots if people are holding them up and all that sort of stuff. But I don't have a pen. A couple of times I've sent messages to Neva and gone, "Can you send me that list of the books that you're talking about? I was driving, or I was on the treadmill." I didn't used to be able to spare, but I can't listen to anything slower than one. Yeah, like it's quite funny. Sometimes I'll turn my phone on because my husband is a predominantly he only listens to audiobooks because he's always driving. And so he listens to his at 1.1. And if I get to set the book, if I go on the truck with him and I set the book up, I speed it up a little bit and he doesn't really notice. But if I accidentally turn my phone on or my iPad on and was listening to a book and I don't have my earbuds in, it sounds like the chipmunks to them. They're like, "Oh my God, what are you listening to?" And I'm like, "Yeah, just my book." And they're like, "How can you listen to it that fast?" And I tried to explain to them that it only takes your brain 10 seconds to catch up to it. And then it sounds like it's at normal speed. And they're like, "No, can't do it." And then he come home, I think it was about 6 or 8 weeks ago. He came home and he goes, "Oh, I was listening to this book." He goes, "Oh, I had to speed it up." I'm like, "Oh my God, you're coming to the dark side. You're going to be speeding your books up." He goes, "Not all of them." He goes, "I read too much because he spends so many hours. It'll just cost him a small fortune," because he just uses Audible, because I've tried to get him onto BorrowBox, but everything he's ever wanted to get has always been out. And so he just goes, "I'm just behind him." And I'm like, "Okay, well, that's your only vice. I don't care." And I'm not going to argue if he's buying books because I can always go into his Audible and listen to them. And yeah, listening to things at one time speed is torture. It's like cruel and unusual torture. Cool. Going to continue with the series. Awesome. I'll have to write down what that one is as well. Another 50 Pages of a Happy Place by Emily Henry. Do I have that? No, I don't have that one on my shelf. I've got You and Me on Vacation, Book Lovers, and Beach Reads on my shelf. But I only just read her for the first time last week week before, and absolutely had a fun time reading her book. So I'm looking forward to reading more of her stuff. And I'm the same. Like, it's a nice light read, and you've been reading a lot of dark stuff, so it's like a palate cleanser. I love that when I do that sort of stuff. All right, what else have we got? Anyone on Aussie Audible this month? The Call. Yeah, Brendan said that to me last night. He came home and cooked dinner for me, and which was nice. It was a nice change for me not to cook. And yeah, he goes, "Oh, there's a nice short one on Audible," and I'm like, "Yeah, Chrissy was just telling me about it, so we were actually talking about it last night, so it's good." He said it was really good. He really enjoyed it, and then I had a look, and that author's actually got quite a number of books on there. It's about a girl of an Indian reservation, and the girls start going missing. It's supposed to be a highlight that name. Oh, okay, cool. That is like, I was watching a documentary about that topic, where they were saying that a lot of Indian girls were going missing, and the law enforcement weren't doing anything about it. Like, and I was just like, oh my God, that is so sad. Like, how could you not care? that people are going missing. That's just terrible. So it sounds like a really interesting book, Danny. I will have to go and have a look. My list grows. Anytime I do sprints, grows. But that's okay. Yes, I'm loving the Count of Monte Cristo. Honestly, I haven't finished with chapter. The first sprint, I was to chapter 40, so I've only just gone into Maze, as well. Like I was behind, so that I'm probably going to do another sprint this month for Count of Monte Cristo because I was behind and I want to be up to date by the time I get to the end of the month. So because I'm not after the sprints today, I'm not going to continue reading. I'm going to go on to something, my bingo prompt, which is Danielle Steele's Betrayal. And yeah, so yeah, you've got plenty of time to catch up. Look, it's just a schedule. It's there to sort of keep us going. And Danielle, I never asked during sprints, but wonderful. Yeah, I agree. We need more diversity in books. It's getting better. It is getting better. I'm close to halfway through the second block. My light pad died, so it makes it harder and slower. Died as in needs to be charged, or died as in you need a replacement? They're really cheap on eBay if you need a replacement. So yeah, indeed it does. All right. Well, the timer just went, so I am, yeah. So watchmakers using radium, paint with radium, literally licking the point. Yeah, I know. When you said that, I'm like, oh, such a sad true story. Is it a nonfiction or is it a historical fiction, Talia? All right, we just had the timer go off. So I think what we'll do is we'll go to another sprint, get some more sprinting done. And yeah, all right, let me just, where am I? Need to find, everything is moved on. Is it just me in my account? Because it seems like everything is moved in StreamYards. I'm struggling today. Yeah, that is such a sad story. All right, I am going to reset that 45 and start that. And then when we come back, we'll continue our discussion. Happy reading, everybody. All right. How did everybody go with that sprint? I have 3 pages left of chapter 45, so I'm getting through it. I definitely will have this month's chapters finished by tomorrow. And yeah, it's getting good. Like, I'm really enjoying it. There's some parts where it sort of drones on a little bit, but for the most part, it's pretty good. Like, I'm really enjoying it. All right, so where were we up to in the comments? Okay, so yes, Talia was saying that the book that she's reading, the watchmakers use the point, using paint with radium in it and licking the end of the paintbrush. They're getting really sick, and it's a very tragic, tragic story that is. Stormy was saying that she can't listen to anything under 1.5, nor can I. Actually, I've only come across one book where I was able to, but you could tell by the author, the way they were reading, they spoke fast anyway. And I think for the most part, I mean, most of the narrators obviously slow their reading down, because surely they couldn't read that slow in real life. Like, yeah, but I can't listen to it any lower than that, because I fall asleep, and yeah, like, it automatically puts me to sleep. Stevie Reed saying Book Lovers is her favourite of hers, and she loves her work. I actually, after reading You and Me on Vacation, which I have a different title to everybody else apparently, and I just talked about it on my video that went up yesterday for my weekly vlog, and I want to get all her books, and I think she is an automatic buy. I had a lot of fun reading that book, and I think that they will be very good for, as Steve was saying, reading between books when you've read a lot of heavy content. Leandra was saying that she is also going to be trying Emily Henry this summer for sure. I recommend her. I've only read one, but I recommend her. Although Brittany was reading Book Lovers the other week, and she said it was okay. Like, I think she only gave it a 3-star, but she said it was okay. But I had a lot of fun, so I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. And Stevie was saying that she's definitely going to reread some of her books, which is awesome. That makes me feel like it's promising, is what I'm trying to say. By the time I got to the end of the book, I was bumping it up because you knew what was going on and don't have to focus so hard. Yeah, I like, for like romances and stuff like that, I go a little bit faster, because once you get through like the first 100 pages, you pretty much know who the characters are and all the rest of it, and you're just sort of listening to the story and whatnot. But with my classics, I read them a little bit slower because there's so much going on. Like, especially with the Count of Monte Cristo, like, we're in the revenge part of it at the moment, and we're just learning about different things of what's happening and all that sort of stuff. And people are trying to work out who the Count of Monte Cristo is, where he's come from, and all that sort of stuff. So that is like a very, very, very brief summary. There's a lot more going on. And for the most part, we don't really talk about what we're reading in the Count of Monte Cristo on the sprints, unless we're saying, you know, like, there's a good part coming up, because everybody's in a different place. But over in the Discord, we'll just block out anything that is a spoiler or anything like that. But yeah, so by the time I get to the end of this lot, we'll be up to, in my edition, I'll be up to 497. So a little under halfway. And so basically, in July, I'm going to do a live show and invite a couple of people on for the sprints and stuff like that, and we'll just basically to talk about what we've read so far, because at that point we'll be halfway through. So Heather and I were discussing this the other week, and so Talia, if you want to come and join us, you're more than welcome to come and join us for the live show, and anybody else that's reading it. You can come along. If not in the comments, you can be on screen with us. That's fine. More the merrier, as they say. Right. Heather was saying she loved The Happy Place. That's awesome. I've got Beach Reads and Book Lovers on my shelf, but I want to get a couple. Is the Happy Place her latest one? I'm not sure when they were released. Hello, Courtney. Hey, how are you going? Everybody just saying hello to Courtney. Courtney saying hello back. Not sure what replacement is. And yes, it is a non-fiction of what Talia is reading. Haven't even started February's, LOL. That's fine. What I figured I'd do is because well, we're reading it over 12 months, the Count of Monte Cristo. So I thought, well, maybe if we read up until, like, if you've got till June, and then in July we'll do the live show, and then continue on with the reading from after that. So if you can catch up by then, you might have to speed it up. get it on audio and all the rest of it. But you'd have a fairly good idea of what's going on because you've already read the abridged version anyway. So you'll have to catch up. Goes through their process of trying to get compensation from the company who denies that the radium caused the problem. That is just totally crazy. Like, but obviously it's set back then, and so they had more of a chance of covering that up, I guess, than that they what they would these days. So when is it set, Talia, if you're still here? Oops, missed the chatty bit because I was washing dishes and got 3 hours. By Terry J. Benton Walker. I have not heard of that book at all. That's okay if you missed the chatty part. You must have been engrossed in your book and doing the dishes, getting a little bit of housework. In my sprints at the moment, I've been doing some housework and organising book lists and all that sort of stuff. So it's been a bit of fun. Hubby just purchased a new light pad for me yesterday, so now just waiting for it to arrive from Sydney. Yeah, they come pretty quick though. Like, I get mine on eBay and they come pretty quick. Just noticed your latest video on your channel. We'll definitely be watching that. I will definitely be going over to Stevie Reed's and watching her video too. That is awesome. What is a light pad? Okay, so Courtney, Rolanda is cross-stitching, and she's cross-stitching on black fabric, which has the little holes in it, and you've got to put your thread through. And a light pad, if you've watched any tattoo shows or anything like that, that's their light pad. Well, you can buy smaller versions of that. So we generally have like A4 and then up to A3. And they're just a flat pad that you plug into your USB, and it puts a backlight, so for tracing and all that sort of stuff. And a lot of us crafters use it to trace out our embroidery patterns, or we use it underneath black fabric just to illuminate the light, the holes in the cross stitch fabric. And basically it just makes it a little bit easier to stitch on black fabric. And that's what Rolanda is using it for. So a lot of time I have a few crafters that come over and hang out on my Booktube channel with me. So yeah, sometimes the lingo might get a little bit confusing on what we're talking about. But yeah, that's what a light pad is, Courtney. It was, and they're usually marketed as tattooists' tracing pads. Is usually what they go by, but yeah, we use them for cross stitch and for embroidery. It makes it, and they're really portable too, because you can have your battery pack and you just plug it's USB, so it makes it really portable, especially if you go to like sewing retreats or crafting retreats. You can take that along with you, and it's not heavy, and they're really thin. I was just looking up there. Mine is usually sitting in a stand up there, but it's not there. I must have it in the lounge room because I was working on black a couple of weeks ago, so it's probably still sitting in the lounge room with my craft stuff. Occasion Peach is going to bed. Good night. Hope you sleep well. I know it's very late. Katrina had to run as well. They're probably all gone by now because of the timestamp on these. If not, good night. Read 4 chapters of Don Quixote plus a couple from another. 40 pages left in part 1, so feeling good about your progress. That is awesome. Well done. Oops, I'm 3 hours in total. Oh, okay. I didn't listen to that much in my sprint. I didn't think so. My words get a bit mixed up. I think I'm more like an hour of audio because I have it at 1.6. Yeah, I think a lot of us now, like, I had no idea that you could speed up audiobooks at all. I had no idea. And I was watching, what's his name? He's the guy that, he's a YouTuber, but he also wrote a book, How to Un-F Your Mind or something it's called. Mark someone, I can't think. Anyway, he put out a video, how to read more. And And I'm like, I don't think I need to read more, but I wasn't reading a lot at this particular time because I still had my granddaughter living with us. And basically, I'm like, I'll click on it and see what it's about. And anyway, I clicked on it, and the first thing I think first or second thing he said was, oh, if you listen to audiobooks, you can speed them up. I'm like, excuse me, what? Did not know this. Anyway, yeah, and sure enough, and I had Audible because occasionally, I get I had Kindle Unlimited, so it'd come with audio. And if it was if I thought it was going to be a good book, I'd get the audio for it and say to my hubby, "Oh, I've got this audio there if you want to." And I wasn't reading a lot off my Kindle Unlimited. I'd read 1 or 2 books a month. I read a lot more now, and yeah, and anyway, he. I was like blown away that you could speed them up. I went into Audible and I clicked on it, and there it is, sure enough. And because I never went in there, I didn't really know that. And then I said to my partner, I said, like, did you know that you could speed them up? He goes, no, I had no idea. But he doesn't. He likes them to just drag out. Some of them, like I listen to him when he's having a shower, he'll put it on, or when he's in the kitchen doing something, he'll put it on, and I'm like, oh my god, that's putting me to sleep. And Stormy changed from her last book to Fable Haven and got to page 92 of 351. Awesome. Okay, so I just got Anna Karenina on audiobook, so I'm going to see how that goes. Well, I've only read, because we only started it last month, and we're only reading, if you just want to do it slowly and just any time you're having a cuppa or something, read a few pages or listen to a few chapters or whatever. We are doing 1 volume a month. Now, I've only just finished my first volume. Oh, I think I might actually have, no, I finished the first volume. I've just got to put my thoughts into the group and see what I think. Chrissy is also reading Anna Karenina with us as well, and she was saying that the narrator on the Audible version is a great one, and it's great the narrator can pronounce all the names. So maybe, you know what I find too, like when I am reading a book, if I don't have it with an audio, if it's got a weird name in it, it's like I get hyper fixated on that name trying to pronounce it. And then, I'm like, oh my God, I cannot. And then I've made no progress because and it's like my eyes keep going back to that name on that page, and it takes me forever. So sometimes when they've got, especially because this is Russian and stuff like that, and it is a lot of different names and stuff like that, makes it so much easier. And yeah, much easier than I could ever do for sure. With you. I've been catching up on watching a bit of Booktube, and we'll be switching to One Girl in All the World by Kadri Blake, book 2 of Buffy. Okay, cool. Al can attest to it. It's a fun series. Okay, cool. Awesome. Another series that I'll have to put down. And generally what I do now is instead of trying to write them down and remember when I'm doing sprints, I'll go back and I'll just drag along until I see where the chatty bits are. And then because I'm putting everything up on the thing, and then I can write them down. When I learned I could speed up both audiobooks and YouTube, it changed my life. Yeah. Or except for when I'm on the treadmill. I listen to them on the treadmill at normal speed because I'm just focusing on that, and I want to get be on the treadmill for a longer time. So yeah, but when I'm just watching, I definitely just speed them up. A lot of people I listen to at 1.75 on YouTube, and it just means that I'm able to get through more videos and share the views around and all that sort of stuff. And sometimes I might not watch any YouTube, and then I'll binge it all on Sunday morning. So yeah, you might not hear, and then you'll probably, if you've commented on my channel, you'll probably notice that Saturday and Sunday I tend to basically comment a lot more. Thank you guys for supporting my baby channel. Well, hey, we've all started somewhere, and we've just got to support each other, and it helps us keep motivated and all that sort of stuff. And I'm happy to share the love around, and yeah, I've tried to get there as much as I can. A lot of time now, instead of leaving comments, I've actually just been leaving emojis and whatnot. So hey, I'm here, I've been here, I've watched your video, and then I'm moving on, because commenting can take just as long as well. Like really take some time. It's so fun. Okay, cool. I will have to go and look that up. Yes, learning I could speed up people has been great. Yeah, it does. It makes it, as I said, it helps you get through more videos to and share the love around it and all the rest of it. And Leanne just saying that oh, everything just jumped then. What just went on? Okay, here we go. All right, I knew I could count on you to back me up, ML. As I said, I'll go through. I still need to start the Spike novel one I found. Hope it's as good as the Blake. Okay, so Spike, Blake, and all that, they are. I never watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but my best friend did, and that's all she ever talked about. And so Spike was the blonde guy in the TV show with the short cropped hair, and Blake, was he the teacher with the glasses, if I remember correctly? Probably totally wrong. I know who Angel was on that, and yeah, I sort of know most of the characters. Like I can actually see the actresses and actors faces as I'm thinking about it, but yeah, I've never read anything involved around it, so if it's a fun read, I'm there, and I'll probably use it as yeah. I've read Kendra. It's a Dark Crown series. Okay, cool. Awesome. Looks like Heather's gone over to Stevie's and subbed, and she's currently working through books she already owns. Yeah, a lot of people are doing that, read what you own. I'm plowing through a lot of my books, like my entire bingo challenge for this quarter has all been off my shelf. And I'm trying to read more of my Kindle Unlimited as well, because I keep adding stuff to the list and not reading them, and then I can't add any more. So that's what May is about, clearing that list. So yeah. And Heather's also gone over and subbed to Leandra. That's awesome. And who else have we got? The book I'm reading, Blood Debts, is a new YA fantasy release. It's about New Orleans magic, family, and I believe the commentary on race and gender. I'm really liking it so far. It sounds interesting. I don't read a lot. Like, that's probably one thing that I don't read a lot of is YA. But if it's well written and it's pacey and whatnot, I'm there. Like, I will read it. I wouldn't say I don't read YA, but it's few and far between. That so jumped again. Sorry, Heather and Heroes. Thank you. A little subby party. Yeah, that's it. That's it. If we all sub to one another and share the love around and all the rest of it, we we'll slowly but surely grow and get to where we need to be. Okay, Heather returned the sub. Thanks to co-hosting the sprints, encouraging new Booktube friends. It's awesome. That's the best part. Like, I was so reluctant to do sprints, but I found that I've made so many more friends and connected with so many more people doing them. Not only just doing them for myself here on my channel, but going to other people's channels and meeting new people. And like ML's name is very familiar, and Rally Reviews is very familiar. Leandra is very familiar, and that all met through doing sprints and going to other people's channels and stuff like that. So yeah. I found the novel about Spike. I'm assuming that's Spike the other day. Let me know the other title. Okay, we're going in. I'm definitely going to go and have a look at that. Chat people are the best. That's it. I always want to everyone to have a channel. That's it. Yep. Come. The Spike novel is called Bloody Fool for Loves by William Ritter. Other diehard Buffy fans here like me and your friend. Yeah. Oh man, I remember when she was watching it, it was all she ever talked about, and I'm like, oh my god. And I just wasn't into it. I was not into vampires at that time or anything like that. Like I was busy raising kids and stuff, and it was on later at night, and I usually go to bed fairly early and then I read, but so I don't watch TV in bed or anything like that. And so she would just go, oh, about it. And it felt like, in the end, it felt like I'd watched the complete series. Like, it was just ridiculous. And occasionally I'd be at her place and I inadvertently would watch an episode or whatnot. Because back then it was not binging Buffy. It was you had to wait till it come out. And then there was only, the season only went for however many weeks. And then you'd have to wait nearly a whole year to see it again. And it was just like, yeah. So inadvertently, I'd catch a few episodes. So I have a vague idea who everybody is in the show and whatnot. So yeah, I can send you my books if you want dark YA with romance. So Heather, can you put what books you've written into the, because I cannot remember. I was just trying to remember them. That's why I went quiet. If you can put the list of your books in the comments, we can go and we can all go and have a look. That yes, they can be intense, very much so. All right. Well, I have just got to the end of the comments. Heather's going to hopefully put all her books in the comments as well. I'm not sure if you'll be able to drop links to where they are, hun. If you can, drop a link in there. You might not be able to because I don't know how I've got it set up, but give it a go. If you don't, just message me over on Discord and I can put it underneath this video. And yeah, we can go from there. But if you just want to put the list of your books, that will be great, and people can go and check them out if they want to. I tried to get my spouse to watch it 3 times. The third, I was successful. Now he's a super fan too. My husband told my girls to watch it, so I'm assuming that he watched it back in the day, which wouldn't surprise me because he watches some TV on that. All right, let's start the timer again and do another 45. And when we come back, we'll do some chit-chatting and again, and I'll show you the books that I got yesterday as well. All right, I'll see you when you get back. Happy reading, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hopefully, you got a lot read that time. I've made it up to almost chapter 48. So I only have that little amount to go, and then I'm up to date, and I've read this month. So it's been a good session of sprinting, which I'm pretty happy about. As I said, I'm about a page from 48 in my chapter 48 in my copy. So how did everybody else go? Did you get some reading done, or did you get something else done? I also hung out some washing. I've just seen that I've just clicked over to Wi-Fi, so I've probably got a little bit blurry. I've been having problems with my internet not staying on cable, and it keeps switching between the Wi-Fi backup because we've got a problem in the pit. So if I seem blurry, that is why. I do apologise for that, but there's not a great deal I can do about it. So yeah. All right. So we had Lula Reed's just joined us. So welcome, welcome, welcome. We've been busily sprinting away today. Just finished a chapter in Fablehaven and found out the YouTube short rabbit hole. Yeah, that is so easy to do, isn't it, Stormy? Like you watch one and then before you know it, 3 hours has passed. I do that sometimes. That's why I try to stay off TikTok as well. On that, I'll only go on TikTok or shorts or reels when if I don't have a book that I want to read, and I'm waiting for an appointment or something like that. But I'm generally reading, so I try to avoid it because hours can be wasted. That like sometimes I get so frustrated with my daughter. She always gets on TikTok and like she comes out of her room and her eyes look like they're about to fall out of her head. I'm like, what have you been doing? You've been crying. She goes, oh no, I've just been watching TikTok. I'm like, yeah, you need to stop. No reading this time, just working on video content. Ooh, exciting. Can't wait to see it. So yeah, so if you see I go blurry, that's it's because it it switches between. So basically I've got NBN, which is like cable network. And I have a pit right outside my house, and it's only me and my neighbor on that pit, and everybody else shares theirs. So basically something has gone wrong in the pit, and it keeps switching over to our backup, which is our Wi-Fi with our provider. So it's a little Wi-Fi that plugs into the side of our modem, and it's just been giving me grief. And a couple of days last week I didn't have any internet at all, and they came out and looked at it, and so they said it should be fine, they should be able to get it fixed and all the rest of it, but they still haven't been back yet, and that's nearly a week ago now. So or to be over a week ago now. So very, very frustrating. But so every now and again I switch over to the Wi-Fi. It's okay when we're just reading, but when I'm talking, it's painful. So it switches between, and it can be very, very frustrating. Looks like Leandra's going to be reading Anna Karenina. She borrowed it through Libby. Might motivate to start and get a physical copy soon. I basically check out if you've got any little libraries around your house. You might find a copy there, or a book exchange. I picked up this copy that I've got here, which is a Oxford edition, which I might add does not match up with the audio that I've got. The chapters are out of place, so either there was a mistake in the audio book and they've got the chapters wrong, but the names of the chapters are matching up. So I know that I'm in the right place, and the words are matching up. Some of the wording's a little bit, the editing is a little bit different. But I got this one for $8 from a book exchange, which is great, and which meant that I can mark it up. I've also got it in a hardcover, a Penguin Classics, cloth bound as well. So yeah. So come and join in the fun. Chrissy is reading it with me as well, and someone else is reading it as well. I cannot think off the top of my head. So if you're watching, I'm sorry. Oh, the TikTok rabbit hole is insane. Yes, I try to avoid it. I actually took it off my phone, the app off my phone. So if I want to go onto, and occasionally I'll go onto BookTok and have a bit of a look, but for the most part, you can see them on Instagram anyway, because people tend to share them across. So yeah. That finished your KU book. Onto the bingo roll in God times. Yes, mine is, for those that are wondering what my bingo roll is this week and you haven't watched my short, it is a Danielle Steele book. And as I was saying earlier, I found a guy that I can send my list through to him. And next time he comes back to the markets, he'll have some books for me because he had a lot there. So I'm pretty happy about that. Rolanda got some more stitches in, but she's done for now. Had lunch. Yes, I had something to eat as well because I was starving because I've been awake for so long. I'm reading Relic of Time and Prophecies by M.M. Ward. Is it good? I like those sort of books. They're always a fun time. And a creator is the best. It's a great time to topple. Yeah. Oh, they're huge. I've got so many big books on the go at the moment. It's almost scary. Like I have a shelf where I sit all these, and then I just go and grab one off. And I've got to catch up on my Middlemarch one. I do have to catch up on that because I haven't even read volume 2 yet. I think I've got 2 or 3 chapters left in that because I'm a little bit behind. Because Maria and I have just been swamped, and yeah, it is a beast for sure. They say a great hack for TikTok reels to set yourself 15 minutes timer. Yeah, it is a bit. It is scary that we need to set those timers. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like I went down a YouTube rabbit hole at the end of the day, and so I've actually got a time like a dismiss. Well, I can dismiss it, but it tells me that I've got to go to bed on YouTube. So I'll be watching a video and everything will just stop and this will come up. I have the option to dismiss, and I think I've got it set for 11 o'clock. But I've got out of the habit of actually watching any sort of device except for my Kindle, which is fine. I'm not on any device close to the end of the night. I mean, I wouldn't say never, but more often than not, I'm not on it. So, yeah, I try to get off. It is scary though. Thinking, give me. Yeah, just use them as weights. Get 2 by the end of it. Oh, that's funny. Oh, where were we at? I just jumped again. I've been grading this sprint, so it's been very productive. Awesome. That's what we want. A lot of productivity. I hung out some washing and talked to my daughter and yeah, I'll have to go out and get it off the line a bit later. Everything is jumping. Everything is jumping for some reason. I don't know what the heck is going on. Space travel and dinos, very good. Star Wars meets Jurassic Park. Ooh, interesting. That is an interesting, yeah. I can't say that I've ever read anything like that, but yeah, okay. That sounds very, very interesting. Normally I hate space travel, but normally I hate dinos, but somehow you've got this book and you don't know why. That's so funny. I end up with books sometimes that I don't know why. So I went shopping yesterday at the markets and I got some books. These books were $2 each. So I got some Leanne Moriarty. So I got Big Little Lies, Truly Madly Guilty, and 9 Perfect Strangers. And he had a whole heap more there. So I done up a list 2 sprints ago of the books that I have. So I'll send that through to Bob the Booker. And all his books are $2 when he's at the markets. And then it's not something that I would normally read, but he had this here and it was a complete trilogy. So $6 for the trilogy. It is Peter Watt, apparently is an Australian author, and this series is about Papua New Guinea and the Kokoda Trail and all that sort of stuff revolving around World War II. So I said, I'll give it a go. If I don't like it, so I'm going to try and read it before I go back to the markets, either this time or the next time. I said, if I don't like it, I'll bring them back. And he goes, yeah, cool, no worries. You can just swap out some books on that, because I took it on his say so. I mean, like $6, I'm happy to give that a whirl. And I said to him, you don't have this one in the same size, and he didn't. So, but yeah, so I think I've read 2 Leanne Moriarty books. Apples Never Fall Far, I think is it Apples Never Fall? That one. And I started another one, but I haven't finished. No, I didn't. I went to start it. I think it was Big Little Lies I went to start. But did I have that on my Kindle? No, I went to buy it on the Kindle and I thought it was too expensive. Yeah, so I thought, well, he had a heap, and these are brand new. Like these 2 here don't even look like they've been read. The spines, like this one's been opened, but this one, no. So yeah, and I thought, $2 each, I can't go wrong. And I got another one, the last anniversary from the last book haul, when I went to that Bookorama. I got that. Then I went to another bookstore at the markets, and I got we'll just do a book haul, hey? I got Good Omens because I'm doing a group read with Chatty and someone else over in MJ's group, I think in June or July. And then I've seen this series. It is the Kingmaker Chronicles. And basically, I don't generally look up what they're about or anything like that and don't read the blurbs. If it's got Kingmaker Chronicles on it, I'm all over it because I generally like those sort of things. And a lot of fantasy books sort of have that on there. So this one is a debut fantasy from this author. And it was published 2018 was the last one, the second last one, because they didn't have all 4, but because there's 4 in this series. But the first one was published in 2016. So that is a book 1, which is was Camera Promise of Fire. Book 2 is Breath of Fire, and it's by Amanda Boucher, I think is how you pronounce her name, and Heart of Fire. And then there's one other one, which I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. But the little, like sometimes I'll just look at the little blurbs on them, and it looked like it was going to be an all right little bit of a series. So, and it's an award-winning debut. So, and it's got a female main character. So I'm pretty happy with that. And then of the same author, I've seen this was book 1 of the Night Chaser series. So I thought, well, I'll grab that too. They were, she had $7 each on those because they're all fairly like in good condition. She had $7 each on them, but then I haggled with her and got them for $5 each. And then I got this on Friday, but Birds of a Feather in the Maisie Dobb series, which is book 2. That came in, so I was pretty happy about that too. So I can start reading that this week because that's my morning coffee read. And there's 17 in the series, so I put book 3 into my cart, and once I'm finished that, I'll order it, and then I'll move on to that because it gives me like a week or 2 in between, which is really good. So they're all the books that I got yesterday, which I'm pretty happy about. And as I said, I got 6 books for $12 from one place, and he was really good. He said, like, here's my phone number. Just text me through your Danielle Steele list. Text me through any other books that you're chasing, and I'll have them here. You can and he's in the same spot at the markets every time. So, yeah, so I'm pretty happy about that. I'll just, because I also want The Book Thief. I want a physical copy of that. So he's going to bring it. He's got 2 copies, he said. So he was going to bring them next time. So yeah, I've already got one book that I know I'm going to be picking up. I haven't read much of hers. I also have Jacqueline Moriarty, her sister, and Nicola Moriarty on my shelf, and I've picked them up for $2 as well. So I'm trying to get a lot of the Moriarty sisters, and I'm reading a lot more Australian stuff this year. So that's why I've got a few of those different things that I'm chasing. Watched 2 videos and read a chapter and got ready for bed. Yeah, it'd be getting late for a lot of you guys now, wouldn't it? Getting close to midnight. Chrissy says her mum loves Peter Watt. Yeah, the reason that I ended up buying him, buying them off him, is because I felt really bad, because he said to me, you know, oh, I'll bring them for you and all the rest of it, and I'm happy to pay for them if you want me to. And that he goes, no, just in case you can't make it and all the rest of it. And then he was telling me that the pile of Peter, he had a whole pile of Peter Watt stuff there, and this one was a trilogy, and then he had all these other ones, but he didn't have the first book because the lady that had asked for them only took 2 out of the 15 that he found for her, because she said, I want everything that you got, and she only took 2. She took book 1 and 2, and so the rest was all, I'd never read him before, and he said it's really something that you can read them standalone. He goes, but you may get confused by some of the characters and stuff like that. And I'm like, I said, well, if you get book 1 and I like him, I'll tell you next time I come back, and I'll probably take a few off you. I said, if you can complete the set again. So yeah, I felt bad for him, and then he said, oh, this is a trilogy. I said, well, I'll take that trilogy and I'll give him a go and see what he's like, because I don't think I've read anything by him at all on that. And it's not something like, it's historical fiction, which is my jam, but I haven't read anything around Papua New Guinea or anything like that. So, and it's an Australian author, so I thought I'd give it a go. I was hesitant to read this because it's sci-fi, and I don't really like sci-fi. I'm just exactly the same, but I've met the author online and wanted to support her, so I gave it a go, and I'm glad you did, and she's glad she did. Awesome. That is awesome. It's good when you find something, especially in a genre that you don't normally like. I'm not a sci-fi girl. M.M. Ward gives an ebook she wrote to anyone who buys a coffee. So I bought 3, and she gave me oh wow, that's awesome. That is very generous of her, isn't it? Like, that's awesome. I need to reread Good Omens. I enjoyed it the first time, but there were definitely times I was confused. Someone else said that to me. I think my daughter said like, she keeps hassling me, you need to read it, and she had her Good Omens on my shelf for ages, but then she left home and took it back with. I said, just take it, because you're just going to hassle me every time you ring me. I said, just take it. When I'm ready to read it, I'll just come and get it. And then when I seen that yesterday, it's a brand new book, and I got it for $10. I priced it up for $27 at Dimmicks the other week. So I thought, I'll take that. It's a lot cheaper. I couldn't get it any cheaper online anywhere. So yeah. But I think MJ, it's either, it's in MJ's Discord from Reading This Life. She's got it set up. It's either for June or July. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't added it to my calendar yet. So yeah. I kind of feel bad only paying $6 for a whole series, but most of the books sell. She doesn't really seem to care about money. Yeah, like, she's just happy that you support her in any way, I'm sure. Like, so, she's obviously happy with that. If she gave you the trilogy, she's obviously happy to do that. It's not as if you asked her for the trilogy. You just bought her a couple of coffees, and and she was happy to do that. So yeah, I think if someone was asking for it for that low, then that's probably not great. You will get to know Bob the Booker very well. I hope he's prepared, because he said to me, he goes, oh, what do you read? I'm like, what don't you have? Because if you've got it all, I'm reading it all. And he was very excited to meet someone that just reads anything, because then he was going over all his books, and he's got his books set up as Australian male authors, then overseas authors, then he's got Australian female authors, then overseas female authors. He doesn't have them in countries or whatnot here. He goes, but in other places where he's got a bigger space, he'll put them into countries that they're from, and they're all in really good condition, and he treats his books with respect, whereas you can see some other vendors, they just chuck them all in a box and they don't care, whereas his are all lined up and all the rest of it. And then he was a really nice guy. He was joking around with Nera Lee, and they were giving each other crap while I was looking at all the books and stuff like that. But yeah, so he gave me his phone number. His wife wrote it. She goes, I'll write it out because you won't understand his writing. So she's wrote it out, and I just said, I'll just take a picture of it, and then I've got it in my phone, and then I'll send through the stuff. So this week I'm going to go through all the list that I've got and just compile it into one and then send it to him, and hopefully he'll have a few. So I'm going to take some money with me next time. I didn't have much money with me yesterday because I didn't really think I was going to find any books or anything, but it was good. I was happy. I do think I'm going to go and get ready for bed. Thank you for hosting. No worries. Thank you. It's been lovely chatting with everybody. Thank you, Danny, for coming over. I really do appreciate you being here. And have a good sleep, hun. See you next time. So I'll be back on for sprints next Friday. So, yeah. I'll soon be his favourite customer. The problem is, and I'm glad that I've got his number because he's a grey nomad. He goes, he's here in town for like he's here in the South Burnett for a while, so that's why he's doing the markets. And I said to him, because we were talking about Bookarama, and I got some very disturbing information from him, and I'm going to follow it up. I don't think he's lying. I think maybe the lady that told him the information may have been lying. But that Bookarama that I told you about a couple of weeks ago that I went to in March, apparently at the end of that, they threw all the books into a big skip bin and threw them out. And I'm like, are you kidding? He goes, he was absolutely devastated when this woman told him that, because the simple fact is, he goes, I would have went over there and bought the whole lot off them. And that regardless, he said, because there'll be stuff that I probably won't sell and whatnot, like cookbooks. He didn't have stuff like that because he doesn't really sell a lot of that, but there were lots and lots of not. And I'm just like, are you for real? And he goes, this is what this woman told him. So I'm going to follow it up because I know a few people that are in that PNC and find out if that is actually true. Because if that is the case, I'm just going to say to him, look, it's on because I said to him it's on every year. And that's when he said that he's hoping not to be here next year because they're grey nomads. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. But if that's the case, I'm happy to go and negotiate for him. And I've got the room here to store them if I have to for a couple of weeks, and he can make his way back to me wherever he's from and pick them up. Because that is just an incredible waste of books if that's the case, because that's just wrong on so many levels. All right, the timer did go off. I'm going to reset that. We're going to go for another sprint, and I'm not sure if I'm going to do another one after this because Neroli asked me, but I won't put it as last sprint just in case we end up doing another one. So yeah, I'll reset this alarm off, get that started, and we'll go for another sprint, and I should be up to chapter 50 by the time we come back, which means then I've done this month Count of Monte Cristo. So I'm happy about that. Happy reading, everybody, and I'll see you when we get back. Hello. How did everyone go? I had an extremely productive non-reading sprint. My daughter, just as I went to the sprint, my daughter come out and said, "Oh, I've got to go to work and I've got to take this out to Chevy." So I did a quick 20-kilometer round trip out to a property and then back into town, and then stood here, waited for my daughter to get ready for work, and then I had to take her to work, and that's why I had to extend the sprint, because I wasn't going to be back in time. And I got a little bit of reading done while I was driving, but not very much, because my daughter was chit-chatting away to me. So yeah. Where am I up to? Where was it? Stormy went to bed. That's where I was up to. And yeah, so I'll catch her on her sprints. She must have already gone when I responded to her, so I'll find out when her sprints are on, and I'll put it on my community tab so everybody can go and check out Stormy's sprints. Who else we got? So Stevie says, I'm definitely in the market for more sprints. This has been a blast. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. I definitely do one every Friday, but then there is a whole heap of us that have been in here that all do sprints. So Brittany loves reading. She does sprints. Neva does sprints as well. So does, and Leandra pops around. I'm not sure if you do sprints on your channel. I think you do. I don't think I've been to any on your channel. I've only met you through other people's channels. Heather from Heather's Heroes and Heroines, she does sprints occasionally as well. So does Courtney every week. There is a lot of us that do sprinting. So yeah, I'm sure you will find someone. I am a regular on every Friday. So I've changed it to 9 a.m. on a Friday because that works in with my work day and I don't get sidetracked or anything like that. So, which if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, that's your Thursday night, either 7 or 8 p.m. and that. But I schedule my month up. So if you go to my homepage, you'll see everything that I've got scheduled up. But check it regularly because I will throw in one for the Serialized book club every now and again. That is some. Oh, hey Lauren, how you going? So Happy Haunts Library has joined us, and she's getting some videos done for the week. Yeah, sometimes we just need to have company, don't we? I often go and do sprints, and then I'll do editing during the sprints, especially on a Monday for me, because that's mostly when I do all my editing, because I've finished a week. I'm starting a new week. Reading vlog, and I'll do stuff for the craft channel and all that sort of stuff. And sometimes, you know, as I say, Mondays you just don't feel it, and yeah, so sprints actually help me get a lot done. Have a bit of a chat, then do a bit of editing, and I get really productive too because I've got everything filmed. I've just got to get it all into place. So usually the first sprint, I'll put all the files where they need to go, and I'll put the dates on them because when you hover over it gives you your date, and then I'll put the date, what the book is, and all that sort of stuff. So when I go into my editing software, I know what I'm looking for and whatnot, because I also do a behind the scenes vlog now for my Patreon and my craft channel. So yeah, that's everybody's saying hey. Now the party's getting started. That's right. Everybody's shocked. Oh, hello. All your favorite booktubers in one place. That's awesome. So Heather got to chapter 15. That's awesome. I'm up. I have just started chapter 50. So the next sprint I will definitely finish up this and start a trail, which is my bingo prompt. And I'm trying to get my stories template to upload, and it won't do it for some reason. I'm not know why. Anyway, I'll sort that out, I'm sure. 60% now. There's time travel. Star Trek meets Jurassic Park meets Back to the Future. Oh my god, that is one heck of a mixed bag of a book. All the things. Well, we just need for the next sprint, when you get into the next 10%, we need a romance to come in there. What else do we want? Maybe some time travel back to a Victorian era. We'll be all good. We'll cover it all. Cover all genres today in one book. Chrissy got to page 40 of 260. Awesome. Well done. That was a good sprint for you. Actually going to start doing sprints at 12 p.m. Eastern on Sundays, but I haven't started. There are going to be technical difficulties, big galore. That's okay. And there's heaps of us around to help you too. So if you get stuck, I mean, just come over to Discord or hit me up on Instagram if you have any problems. I'm sure there's plenty of us here that can help you through all the teething problems and all the rest of it. And 12 p.m. Eastern, I think that is 1 a.m. for me. I think I'm pretty sure that is, no, it might be 3 a.m. for me actually, because Courtney does one at 11 a.m. Eastern, and that's 2 a.m. for me. So it might be 3 a.m. for me, 3 or 4, something around that mark. So I suffer through bouts of insomnia. So if I see it, and I'm awake, I may be in your sprints. So yeah. That's the hardest thing about being on this side of the globe. But, hey, I get there when I can. And if you have them in the evening, I'm definitely there because I'm an early riser. So I get up around between 5 and 6 o'clock. Sometimes I might sleep until 7. But I will definitely be there if you have them in the evening and you've got them scheduled up and I've seen them. I definitely will pop in and say hi. And Lauren is just saying that if you need a sprinting buddy at any point, let her know. The same goes for all of us, I'm sure. Yeah, that's it. It comes with the territory, doesn't it? Like, I have tech issues at the moment with my internet. I also have a storm brewing out there. It's just skirting me. Like, I've got clear skies just over my house, but just across the road, it's very dark looking. And it's rumbling away. So, I could just disappear randomly. But it's good that you're going to be doing sprinting so we can all come and hang out with you. That'd be amazing. Of course it would be. What is the book called, Lila Reads? And it's just come up, A Relic of Time and Prophecies by M.M. Ward. I'm almost interested, to go and get it on Kindle and give it a read because it sounds like a very, very interesting combination of books, of genres in there. So time travel. What did you have? Dinosaurs and Star Trek. And Leandra's saying, Leandra is just saying that she'll be heading to bed before the next sprint, but it's been lovely. As per usual, have fun with the rest of the sprints. Not a problem, hon. Thank you so much for giving me that shout out too and coming over and hanging out with us. It's always lovely to have everybody hang out with me. And Heather is asking, how long are you sprinting for? Well, I'm thinking that I'll probably get 1 more, maybe 2 more in because I am now home alone. So, and all I'm going to be doing is reading. So I may as well hang out with you guys. So if you don't mind hanging around for a while, have a great sleep, Leandra. And yeah, and I will see you next time. And everyone's just saying bye. Because it's getting late for the Northern Hemisphere, I'm sure. That's so sweet. If you offer to join at 3 a.m. I will join in the chats because I would be very blurry-eyed. But if you have them in the evening and it's after 6 a.m. here in Australia, I am happy to come and be a sprinting buddy and chit-chat on your channel with you. If not, I will definitely be in the comments. 3 a.m., it's not a pretty picture. You don't want that on your channel. Grey hair everywhere. It's not good. It's not a good look at all. A bit more stitching done and watching The Bridge Australia. How's it going? I was watching that with Brendan, but then he stopped watching it. No storm. Oh no, storm on the way. I don't know if it's going to go your way. It looks like it's heading towards the Sunshine Coast, to be honest, Rolanda. Like it swung from my west, it's swung around a little bit south, but now it's like I can see the clouds out that window and it's skirting off towards that way. And the weird thing is the wind is really weird out there at the moment. It seems to be going like in a circular, like coming from northwest, but coming down and then scooting back up to northeast. So I don't know what's going on there. Yeah. I just checked my washing. It's still wet. Yeah, just check the map, see where it's heading, because I don't know. I haven't checked. No. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to see. It's not pretty. 3 a.m. Nicole is not pretty at all. Not even one bit. Oh man, I am so happy that I have got this month's Count of Monte Cristo out of the way. I mean, I'm loving the story. Don't take that the wrong way. I'm really enjoying the story. I'm a little bit. I think I might have missed. No, I sort of know where we're at now. I thought I might have missed something there for a moment, and then I sort of like, no, hang on. Now I know who we're talking about, because he's in the revenge part of the story. So a lot of the characters from the beginning are now starting to come back into it, and he's doing just all this plotting, and it's all about revenge. That's all it's about, really, at this point. But after I finished 2 more pages, I will be up to page 497. So yeah, and this particular one has let me just get past the glossary. I will be about halfway, because this just a little under halfway, because this edition has 1082 pages. So yeah, so after this sprint, I'll be just under halfway. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I put it off so long because I love it and won't want to stop. Yeah, well, you're just going to have to break it up into halves then, and then read everything up to chapter 60. Then we'll have the live show, and then we can proceed on. And it's a really good story. I didn't think it was going to be as enjoyable as it is, because I'd heard mixed things about it, but most people that have read it has said that they've loved it. So I'm going to be in that camp as well, that with the most people that will love it. So yeah. I'm still on the first episode and not sure if I like it yet or not. I'll give it a few episodes before I say. I think that's what happened with Brendan. He started watching it, and then he sort of got to the point where he didn't like it, and so he just switched it off, and hasn't gone back to it. I don't watch a lot of reality shows. It's just not my cup of tea. Like, it's bad enough that he makes me endure Jersey Shore. Like, and then it's such a train wreck. You can't. Then you get into it, and it's such a train wreck. You've got to keep watching, because he's watching the original Jersey Shore people, so Suki and all that. He's watching the family like reunion or whatever they call it, where they go on vacations and all the rest of it. Like, if you've seen those people coming to your establishment, you'd close your doors. Just saying. Oh, that, like, yeah, such a train wreck. It's so immersive, and it is easy to read. I totally agree with that. He's a kind of concise author, but with a lot of world building. So huge books, but lots of plot and good pacing. Yeah, I agree. He is really good. I'm when I get to, because he's the same author as the Three Musketeers, isn't he? And if that's the case, I'm looking forward to reading that as well. Hopefully it is just as good as this one. All right, we are I generally don't like books written before the 90s because they are so many grammar and formatting issues. It would never fly today. I sort of don't really pay attention to it because I'm hopeless at grammar myself, so yeah, I don't really pay attention to that sort of stuff. So the book you're reading is pre-90s, is that right? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Or are you talking about classics? No, classics can be hard, although my way of listening and reading at the same time is so much better. I used to struggle a lot with with the classics, like just maintaining focus and stuff like that. But with the audio being read to me, because it helps with names and all that sort of stuff, especially in Russian and French, all that sort of literature, basically, it makes it easier to maintain focus, get the pronunciation of their names and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I don't know whether I would ever go back to just reading a classic. I think I will always do immersive reading with classics. I just enjoy them more. And there's a lot out there to choose from, and not big chunksters either. Like I have a couple around, but they're mostly up on the shelves up there. All right, we might go to another sprint, and Lila Reeds was talking about classics. Yeah, the formatting can be a bit iffy, but as I said, listening with them makes a big difference. And the book you're reading was just recently published. Awesome. All right, well, I'm at the end of the comments. We will go to a sprint, and we'll go to a 45-minute sprint. So I just have to readjust this because I had to quickly come in and change the time on that one. Yeah, and we will go to another 45-minute sprint, and I will see you in 45 minutes, and I will finish this, and I will start on Betrayal from Danielle Steele. All right, see you soon. Happy reading, everyone. Hello, everybody. How did we all go? I finished my May section of Count of Monte Cristo and I started on Betrayal, and I got that much read, which I think is about 50 pages. So, yeah, because it didn't start at number one, like page one. So, yeah. So I'm pretty happy with that. Good reading session. Didn't have to run anywhere, didn't have to do anything. The heavens opened up, and the storm has passed. We had more rumbling and whatnot before it, but Rolanda's just saying she's pretty sure she's gonna cop it, but it doesn't look to be going your way. The one that's hitting me, that just hit me, has gone north. So yeah, there may be another one brewing. I'm just looking out over that way, and there looks like another one. So you may end up with a storm later on tonight, but it's not the one that just hit me, that's for sure. Where were we up to? All right. So Heather went off to get something to eat and watch some Netflix because it was midnight for her. So I don't know whether Heather is coming back or not. If she is, I'm sure she'll say hey. Lula says, I've read so many stories with the bad guy named Damon, Damien, or Damon. I don't know. Damien or Damien. Yeah, but those names are never used for good guys. Yeah, I would never name my kid that either, because they always seem to be bad guys. So yeah, I put up at 3:20 my time. The heavens opened up, and it's already finished. So not even 15 minutes. So yeah. Oh, it's jumping around again. Stevie, my mind, that was the first thing when I read Damon. I'm like, oh yeah, Vampire Diaries. That was the first thing I thought too. He's a good character. I do like a bad boy. All right. Happy Haunts Library set up StreamYard scheduling for upcoming week's lives and continued with video editing, about 75% done. Awesome. That is excellent. Good productive day. How many? Most of yours are going to be at like 2 a.m. I think. Have you got any evening ones, or all, Lauren? Are all of them in during the day? I'll come over and check out your schedules and see. They should all start popping up in my home thing. I actually created a playlist, so when you come to my channel, they're the first things that you see. That makes it super easy for me to find them and for other people as well. So yeah, spent the sprint figuring out StreamYard so I can stream tomorrow. Woohoo! It's pretty easy. Like what I did when I first started before using StreamYards, I actually did a test one. So I just had it set as private, and I just got in and started clicking on the buttons, and it like went live, but it was private, so no one could see it, and I didn't push it out to anybody. And then what I did was went through all the things that I could change and learned how to share the screen and all that sort of stuff. Still bugging it up heaps when I first started, but at least I wasn't live and trying to work it out. So so basically I figured that was probably the best. That's the best way to do it. If anybody ever asked me, I was going to say, go in, do a test one, and just where it says to where you can, because when you're scheduling it, if you set it to private, and then you can just enter in and you can go live. You just it just makes it easy. Not only that, because there's little buttons and stuff that you got to check, and to share the screen, you've got to remember how to do that and all that sort of stuff. So if you can get some of the bugs out of the system doing it privately just on your own, or even get a friend to come into it so you can do it together, it will make a huge difference, in my opinion. Now, so I'm going to check out what your times are and all the rest of it too, Stevie. So, and I have a section on my Discord where you can share your sprints as well. So let me see if you let me know if you can see. I'll post on, I think, settings like you suggest. Yeah. So whenever I do any of my streams that I know that are going to be public, I set them as public when I schedule them. But if I need to test something, like when they were rolling out banners and changing different ways you can set up your screen and stuff, I just did a couple of private ones, and I never publish them. I just delete them. But yeah, all the ones that I want to schedule to the channel, they are all public, because I have been on streams where people have accidentally clicked private, and then once you've gone live, you can't change that if you're already live. So then that means that you'll be there by yourself, because no one will know. Yeah, no one will know that you're live. So make sure that anything you want to go public is set as at public. Let me just go to YouTube and get out of mine and refresh my page. Okay, so let me just find at the top here, sprints. I can't see in my news feed, but that's nothing unusual, because I am subscribed to a ton of people. So, but yes, I can see you've got one scheduled for the 10th at 11 a.m. my time. Ooh. So it is definitely there. There we go. One that you've scheduled up. So, and I'll click notify me, because that's at 11 a.m. And the 10th, when is that? That's in 3 days. That's Wednesday. So I'll be popping in after I hang out with Brittany, because Brittany's a little bit earlier. Is that right? Today's the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Yeah, Wednesday. Awesome. There we go. So yeah, I can when I go to your page, I can see it, and that's what it comes up with. I just searched you, and then that popped up, and then it's on your page, so you can definitely see it as soon as you go on there. So awesome. Yeah, see, I do a private live, like you can do any live stream privately through StreamYards and also YouTube. Because I have a Patreon, and I have a members only stream, I put that to unlisted, and then basically they can still come in, like once they've got the link, they can come into it. If I wanted to make it private, I have to actually physically send the link to everybody so they can come in, because private ones you can only people with the link. And it tells you, like when you go to schedule for a video on YouTube, if you go and have a look, it'll tell you what all the different ones are. And so yeah, if you set it private, no one, unless they've got a link, can see it, or you personally invite them. So if you want to do a private, so you've got a Patreon or whatever, and you want to do a private sprint with your Patreon members, then you need to have it as unlisted. So then you can give them the link, and they don't have to be personally invited. But for testing and stuff like that, I always use the private for a privately like schedule, and then I'll just go in and do all the things that I need to do. Rolanda's back. Had to close up the house before the rain starts. I think there's actually two different storms, Rolanda, because mine's gone that way north, and I'm looking south, and it looks pretty clear. I'm going to do a private stream in the next sprint. Great idea. I need to change my settings so I can share my screen. Did not work last time. Yeah, so when you go into, you go down to, like when you're in StreamYards itself, if you go down to present, I actually, the screen that I want to share during my sprint, so for the timer, I pin it to my browser. So all I have to do is find, when I hit present share screen, and it drops down all the stuff that I've got on my open on my browser, which generally is nothing, it's only pinned stuff. I can easily see the website that I go to, which is LifeAt. That's what I use, and yeah, and basically it I just have it there, and then I just add it to the stream and I leave it. So that's why I've got it set up how I've got it here now. I don't, if I remove it from the stream, it'll just be me. And then when I add it back, it goes to there. Or you can have it where I'm down in the corner and that screen's big. And then if I just want me on the screen, I just hit remove from stream and add it back. I don't have to keep going to it. I just leave it in the stream, and then that way I don't have to worry about it. When I first started, I kept going out, like I kept removing it and then like going out of it, like clicking out of it and stuff. Like it was a mess. It was a hot mess, but yeah. But that's the best thing to do. Just get in and just play around. It's just going to be yourself. You can do all your sharing and all that sort of stuff, and you can sort it all out in that way. No worries. I'm happy to check and make sure, because like you don't know if you've gotten someone, like you might be able to see it, but other people might not be able to. And that's why I created a playlist. And when I customized my YouTube page, I put that to the top. And if I've got nothing scheduled, that playlist won't show up. But when I schedule in StreamYards, I will click on the little 3 dots once I've scheduled it, and then it'll say view in YouTube, and I'll go and view it in YouTube and then put it to the playlist. So that's why when you come to my channel, you can see all of the months, all the streams that I've scheduled are already there. Occasionally I might do a random one like this one on a Sunday, but I have all my Friday ones there. It just depends on what my schedule is, and yeah, and whatnot. But just get in and play around, and just have fun with it. Like, and you've also got banners, like when you get into StreamYard, you've got banners and brands and all that sort of stuff. And if you want a ticker tape to go across the bottom, like I'll just put this one in. So last sprint, that's just in the banners. You just put whatever you want in there. Generally on my last sprint, if I know I've got a sprint coming up, I will put in there, join us again on whatever date. And you just hide that, and then you just go back to comments. Yeah. It gets more comfortable. The more you do it, the more comfortable you become. That, like anything really, isn't it? The one that is heading my way is coming from west, which I think might be your east, southeast. Yeah, it must be coming from Toowoomba way, because I've got nothing but blue skies as far as I can see southeast of me. That. Yeah, I can actually give you the, I'll give you the website. I will put it in. Just let me copy it, and I'll put it into the comments for you, hon. Paste and send. Okay, so, oh, it's just up on the screen. So for anybody else that is wanting it, there it is up on the screen. That is the one that I use, and they have all different sceneries and stuff like that. You can upgrade on it, but I'm just using the free one. It has sound with it as well. I just mute the sound because a few people were saying they didn't really like the sound and stuff like that. So I just mute it. I have all different ones. I just save them. So you just hit the love heart on the ones that you like, and then you can use that one. There are several other ones as well, but I find I have no issues with this one at all. I mean, maybe later on down the track, if I want to develop my own or whatever, I might upgrade. But for now, I'm just using the free service, and I haven't had any copyright strikes or anything like that. So, yeah, because even if you're not monetized and you do something, they'll copyright you. And that, so yeah, I've had that issue over at over on my craft channel. I used my editing software and I paid for the music that was on it, but the guy that created the music still didn't give me a strike, just gave me a warning, and I just went in and edited that bit out. I just put other music over it. So if you go into your editor on YouTube and you find where the music is, you can mute that music between one point and another, and then you can add music from the, like if you've got music in there, you can add music from the YouTube library. I've only had to do that twice. I haven't been caught out in ages because they updated their thing, obviously got rid of those people and whatnot. All right, so it is 10 to 4 here, and my husband is on his way home. So I am thinking we'll go for one more sprint and come back for a chat because he'll be an hour at least. And then, yeah, we'll see where we're at. I'm going to be well over 100 pages by the time I come back in Danielle Steele. They're so quick, and I've also got it on audio as well. So I'm just reading along, whatnot. All right. Let me just remove that. And that's no worries, Lauren. I'm happy to help. If you've got any other questions, just hit me up on Discord. It's probably the easiest place to get hold of me, or over on Instagram. All right, let's go for a sprint, and I will see you in 44 minutes. All right, how did everybody go that one? I managed to get some dishes done, made a phone call, and got some pages read. So I was pretty happy with that. But as you've seen, that is the last sprint. My partner is on his way home. So yeah, and he said that he's cooking dinner tonight again. So yeah, I'm happy with that. Mainly because he's probably spent so much time away from the house, so he's a bit worried that I might be a bit upset. So where did we leave off? Okay, Lauren said thank you. How did you guys go? Did you do a little bit of a test and all the rest of it on your StreamYards and all the rest of it? Good night, ML. Or good morning, because it's 1 a.m. where you are. I think you're in the UK, I believe. Maybe? No, I can't remember now. Thank you for joining. That was me. Chrissy's back. She had to go and get some groceries. In case you don't come. Not sure what that one is. In case you don't come back, thanks for a lovely day of sprinting. Yes, no, that storm blew in and blew out, and my internet didn't even disappear or anything like that. My eyes are closing. It's 1:15 a.m., so I'm taking it back to bed. Thanks for the sprints and the night. Thanks for joining us, Heather. You probably didn't see this. You've probably already gone, but thank you very much for joining. I'm glad that you've been here all day and you got some reading and stuff done, even though your first book was probably pretty tragic. Wasn't great. Finally made supper late night dinner. Awesome. What did you make? Yes, that's what my next question was, and you've answered it right here. Fusilli pasta, a family recipe. Yum. I love pasta. It's my favorite dish. It's not great for my hips, but I do love it. It's pasta with smoked sausage, cheese, and vegetables. Ooh, yum. Sounds nice. Yummo, I'm heading your way. I've just prepared our dinner too, and we're having pork chops with homemade potato bacon bake. Yummo. Oh, that sounds delicious too. I don't know I think I'm having chicken and vegetables because we are watching what we eat. I have high cholesterol, so I've got to get down. And my partner is trying to lose some weight, and he's just given up sugar and everything, so that's really good. It's 420 stitches done today. Excellent. Well done. Well, I'm going to wrap up now, and just want to say thank you to everybody that has hung around. I hope that Stevie and Lauren got their StreamYard sorted out, and I will be checking out your sprints as they pop up in my feed and all the rest of it. I ended up getting all of Count of Monte Cristo done, and up to page 136 on Danielle Steele's Betrayal, and it's just gotten good, and I've got to put it down. But I'm going to finish off my evening with a nice meal and watching Bridgerton. So, as you can see, my next sprint is on the 12th of May. If I get bored during the week, which is highly unlikely, I might pop in and do another one, but we'll see how we go. It just depends what is happening in the house. But I'd just like to say again, thank you very much for joining me, everybody. Have a lovely rest of your Sunday evening or Sunday if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, and I will see you all again in the next video. Bye for now.